With the burnout done, McKenna getting the car backed up to the starting line. Day 3 of the West Coast Classic here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Here we go. .007, that'll work. 467 with a 6, 148.66 miles an hour through the top end. And just like that, we're done with time trials. Round number 1, here we go. Special good morning to all those on the World Wide Web tuning into the live stream. Valley Tech Productions does an outstanding job with these live feeds. And a special thank you goes out to JBS Equipment for bringing us the live feed this weekend. What a fantastic day yesterday. Absolutely great racing all day long throughout the main event, the second chance race, and then, of course, we had our shootouts. We got all that complete well before 8 p.m. Great job by everybody involved, all the staff here at Mission Raceway Park, the T&T staff, and, of course, you racers as well. First pair rolling into the water. Jim Benke and Fred Crane. So Fred Crane is going to have to practice some patience on the starting line. As he's dialed, well, about 3 seconds quicker. A little over that, actually. Fred Crane in at 665. Jim Benke will be leaving well ahead, working on a dial of 967. Well, I was talking about how Fred Crane would have to practice some patience on the starting time, or on the starting line. Unfortunately, he left ahead of the scheduled start time by 69 thou. Turns it red. Jim Benke off to round number 2. Fred Crane off to the buyback window. Well, not sure what happened there, but Dennis went and pushed it through the beams. making it an easy round win for Dustin Ward. Ward winds up 629 on the 632. Rough way to start the day for Dennis. Now Brad Burton and Dustin Hunter. Brad over there in the right lane having himself quite a weekend here at the West Coast Classic. Dustin Hunter, if I remember correctly, went to the semifinals last night in the shootout. Does not get around Brad Burton. Dustin Hunter was trip zip. Takes 26 at the stripe to be under by 10. Burton was 22. Then 660 with a 4 on the 661. Under by just 5 thou. Dan Goby and Andrew Tofler. Wheels up both sides of the track. Goby had the advantage on the starting line, but does not get the win. He is under by 30. Taking 75 at the stripe. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Box double entered door cars, box double entered door cars. This is your call to the staging lanes. Box double entered door cars. Please make your way to lanes 1 and 2. Greg Palmer out in front of Ryan Johnson, trying to stay there at the finish line. It is Greg Palmer. Brake lights on, taking 11 thou at the stripe to be 40 with a 0 on the 39. Picked up the starting line advantage of 40 thou. He was 12, Ryan Johnson was 52. So Ryan Johnson will have the option of making his way over to the T&T Motorsports trailer, getting himself bought back in. Well, potentially back in. Still got to win a round to get to round 2. $80 if first round does not go your way. Steve Baskerville and Ken Tolsdorf out there now. Tolsdorf dead on with a 4, but crossed the finish line second by 2 thousandths. Both drivers' reaction times starting with a 1. Now Mark Fall and Daryl Tippy. Tippy in the right lane behind the wheel of a 62 Nova. Mark Fall in the El Camino tower side. Just 1 thou separated by the reaction times. It's going to be tight at the stripe, and it is Daryl Tippy with the win light on. Mark Fall takes 16 thou to be under by 10. Tippy was 21 up front and dead 6. Andy Klosky and Dylan Scott now. Andy Klosky's your winner. To the stripe first by 23 thou, 4 above, lots of room up there. So moving right along here through round number 1. Next pair got the burnouts done. Craig Johnson and Bobby Bailey. Bailey in the right lane behind the wheel of the Cuda for Kinetic Energies, dialed in at 685. Craig Johnson in the left lane behind the wheel of his Cutlass. For Johnson's Custom Exhaust, he's dialed in at 742. Couple of 00 lights, one of them green, one of them red. Bailey turns it red by 8 thou, then goes dead zero at the finish line. Craig goes 736 on a 742 dial. Johnson going around 2. Bailey will have the option of the buyback round. Now Amber Rutherford and Rob Monroe. Monroe, right lane. Little 31 Ford Model A. This car leaves really cool. Amber Rutherford red by 7 thou. Oh man. Rob Monroe was 40 up front and 65 on the 62 dial. Attention in the pits. Box Dragster double entries. Box Dragster double entries. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Box Dragster double entries. Bring them down to 1 and 2, please. Dustin Ward and Jim Benke. Benke working on a 967 dial. And he's got lots of room up there. 2 above. Benke was 009 to start things off. Ward was 44. And in the unfixable situation. Benke hard on the brakes at the stripe, taking 14. Now Steve Baskerville and Brad Burton. Baskerville in his little Volkswagen Golf. Womp, womp, womp. Brad Burton tightening up the stripe a little bit. Winds up 666 on the 659 dial.
We did not call single door card. Can you announce that just to clarify? We did not call single door card.
So just a little clarification announcement. We have not yet called single entry box cars to the lanes. Door cars specifically. We have not made the call for single entry box door cars at this time. So we got our double entered cars making their way back round for their second hit. That'll set up this next pairing. It's going to be Dan Golby, and it's going to be Andy Klosky. So Golby in the right lane, dialed 676. Klosky over here in the tower lane, dialed 611. In this trip teaser. Golby turns it red by 13 thou. Andy Klosky was 001. Nice job there. On a freebie. With his wind light on. Runs it out, goes 608 with a 4 on the 611 dial. So just a general reminder, we'll do our very best to feed you good information out of this tower, but we do need you to listen to the announcements and make sure you wait for your call and make sure you show up promptly when we give you your call. So when we do have room in the lanes, we may or may not choose to stack them up a little bit, but please pay attention to the announcements. So yesterday we were under a little bit of cloud cover for most of the day, certainly all of the morning. It's looking a little clearer out there this morning.
How many Dragster doubles we got here?
Attention in the pits. We'll now take box door car single entries. Box door car single entries, come on down. Lanes 3 and 4 for box door car single entries. Ryan Johnson and Mark Fall. Mark Fall, Tower Lane, behind the wheel of the El Camino. Ryan Johnson in the Corvette. Ryan Johnson turns the wind light on. Mark Fall getting to the stripe first by 25 thou, but 4 thou under. Johnson crossing second and 1 above. So just a little clarification. I think most everyone probably knows how this works, but in case there's anybody out there who is not clear on it, we'll just clarify. So following first round losers have the option of buying back in, so to speak, to the buyback round. Buybacks, race buybacks. The winners automatically move on to round number 2 of the main event race. The buyback round is a single round. It's not a separate race in any way, shape, or form. For those in the buyback round that are unsuccessful, you'll have the option of joining the second chance race a little later on in the day. But if you lose first round and take the option of getting into the buyback round, winners move on to round number 2. Losers are done. Richard Love. Dead 2 on the 670 dial. Craig Johnson was in the right lane, had the starting line advantage. Gets to the stripe first by 18 thousandths to be under by 6 10,000ths of a second. Oh, man. And with round number 1 of no box in the books, we move into the box category. First pair at the starting line right now. Kevin McNichol and Dustin Martin. Kevin McNichol in the TCS lane. Dialed in 641, Dustin Martin. Honest performance. Chevelle over there in the right lane, dialed 572. At the finish line, it is Dustin Martin turning the wind light on, going 572 with an 8. $22 thou total package. McNichol with a 59 light was out of it back here at the starting line. Now Francesca Ward and Martin Rochelle. Martin Rochelle, right lane, dialed 638 behind the wheel of his Malibu. Francesca Ward driving the Burgundy Camaro you see in the tower lane, dialed 570. Sporting a new trans brake solenoid this morning. Martin Rochelle with the wind light on. 17 light. 638 with a 5 on the 638 dial. Jason Pat gets it done. 28th out on the tree. On a freebie run goes 588 on the 587. Jay Severston turned it a little bit red. Now Eddie Plaisir and Adam DeYoung. Eddie Plaisir in the tower lane. 56 Chevrolet. Beautiful car, Adam DeYoung. And what is also a beautiful car, 67 Camaro in the right lane. Couple of green lights. Plaisir out front trying to stay there. He's got lots of room to work with as Adam is off the gas well before the finish line. Experienced some kind of failure, I'm assuming. Plaisir with lots of room. Drops it back to an 86 on the 65 dial. So safety out there having a little look-see at the right lane. So here we go with our next pair. Burnouts are done. Box door car action. We've got Friday's main event winner coming up in the left lane, Kelly Shearer. Going to face off with James Rutherford. Kelly over here in the right lane, dialed 693 in the little S10. James Rutherford will be hanging around the starting line for an extra couple of seconds as he's in with a 477. Couple of green lights. Finish line says it is James Rutherford moving on. Double breakout. Rutherford was the lesser offender. 76 with a 1 on the 77 dial. Kelly with the starting line advantage, 16 to 28. Took 30 at the stripe to be under by 26. Next pair now, getting ready to go. Warren Jacobson and George LeBlanc. LeBlanc in the right lane. Dialed 556 in the Chevelle. Jacobson turns it red by 9 thousandths. George LeBlanc 12 up front, then 73 on a 56 dial. Off the gas and coasting. He'll coast right on into round number 2. Warren Jacobson will have the option of coughing up $80 and participating in the buyback round. Mike Kenworthy and Kelsey Dufresne now. Kenworthy in the left lane, turns it red by 13 thou. Kelsey Dufresne on a free run. Goes flat out, 526 with a 9 on the 529 dial. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Martin Rochelle, specifically, your time is up. We need you back here to the staging lanes. Martin Rochelle, please report to staging. Attention in the pits. Box Dragster single entries. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Box Dragster single entries. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4. And we've got race cars in the water box. Martin Rochelle and John DeYoung. DeYoung in his Camaro. Nice long burnout. Martin will give him a little bit of time to start getting backed up. Then he'll heat up the tires. So Martin Rochelle is going to be dialed 637. John DeYoung in at 429. We'll make a final call now for our box dragster single entries. Box dragster single entries. You guys need to be in lanes 3 and 4. Martin's away, but he turns it red by one stinking thou. John DeYoung, 11 and dead 4. 15 totes. Moving on to round number 2. That'll set up Andy Hatton, yesterday's runner-up, and Scott Robinson. Andy Hatton, Tower Side for Bubba's Speed Shop, Titanium Auto Group, and Taves Roofing. Hatton in at a 526. Scott Robinson in the spectator lane for Rad Torque Systems, AFD Petroleum, Postma Farms, and JS Power Sports. In at a 490, turns the win light on with a 493. Andy Hatton taking 39 at the stripe to be under by 11 thou. So looking down on the starting line, watching everybody sweep all the gravel out of the way. Just a general reminder to all racers, whatever effort you can make to arrive at the starting line with a clean car that's not going to spit rocks everywhere, whatever effort you can make towards that would be very much so appreciated. Now Dan Parsons going to take on John Jenkins. John Jenkins would like to give a little shout out to Steve McKenzie for lending him the black Cavalier that we see over there in the right lane. Jenkins had some engine trouble on Friday. Behind the wheel of his S10. John Jenkins turns the win light on. At the starting line advantage, 007 to 031. At the finish line, it is John Jenkins there by 8 thou to be 4 above. First pair of dragsters here on day number 3 of the West Coast Classic. Dave Senio and Kevin Shearer. Shearer in the right lane out of Belfair, Washington. Senio over here, Tower Side, out of Leduc, Alberta. Couple of green lights. At the stripe, it's Dave Senio with the win light on. Dead 1 on the 460 dial. Was 25 up front. Shearer was 42 on the tree and in trouble. Now Don Sefton and Brady White. This one will be Bremerton, Washington versus Calgary, Alberta. Brady White in the right lane for Dirty White Boys, along with Brad's Automotive Machining. Sefton in the right lane for Trucktown. And it's Sefton moving on. Wins a double breakout by just 1,000. Brady White was 12th thou under. Don Sefton 11th thou under. Sefton to the stripe first by 9. Now Kurt Gross and Ryan O'Connor. ROC in the right lane, dialed in at 450. Gross will get the starting line handicap, dialed in at 479. Double 05 and dead 4, 9 total for Ryan O'Connor. Taking 6th thou at the stripe. Kurt Gross was behind by 15 on the starting line and under by 4th thou at the finish line. Yesterday's big winner, or last night's big winner rather, Mark Campbell up in the left lane. Mark Campbell, winner of the Artex Racing $20,000 to win top bulb shootout. Campbell dials 453. Pat will leave second, dialed 445. Jason Pad in the right lane for Automax and Floors with Flair. Five thou separated back here at the starting line. At the finish line, it's Campbell turning the wind light on. Takes 4 thousandths at the stripe to be one above exactly. 008 for Campbell. 013 for Jason Pad. Pad one above and behind. Now Braden Ochetois will take on Kaylee Morton. Kaylee Morton in the right lane, dialed 458. Ochetois in the left lane, dialed 459. Just a hun. Separate them by the dials. Both cars pre-staged. Ochetois in. Now Morton, here we go. Kaylee Morton picked up 15th thou on the starting line with her 001 light at the finish line. Crossing second, under by just 1 thou. Ochetois getting there first by 5 thou to be under by 21. Now Carson Campbell and Mike Barron. Once again, it's Washington versus Alberta. Carson Campbell. How about 006 and dead 5, 11 totes. Taking 33 at the stripe. Mike Barron was 39 to start things off and in trouble. McKenna Bowl, our lone new entry today. Over in the right lane, dialed 467. Steve Horn, tower side, dialed 430. Very quick dragster in the tower lane. Steve Horn to the stripe first by 56 thou to be 23 thou under. McKenna Bold was 025 on the starting line to pick up 12 thou. and giving up the stripe at the finish line to turn the win light on. So Steve Horn did go 427 on the 430 dial. I do believe that's the quickest pass down the track we've seen today, for whatever that's worth. So Dalton goes red by 6 thou. Eric Goulden moving on. 17 thou reaction time. And on a freebie, runs it out, 454 on the 457 dial. Now Jan Christensen and Dan Provo. Dan Provo in the right lane for Rad Torque Systems. Dialed in at 430. Christensen, tower side. Dialed 504. Was talking to Jan last night. Said the Dragster went 504 6 times in a row. Provo red by 1 thou. Runs it out at the finish line, goes 426 with a 9. So that's our quickest pass of the day. Christensen was 14 up front. With his wind light on, runs it out. 502 with a 7 on the 504 dial. That'll set up our next pairing. Made up of Dwayne Ringeth and yesterday's shootout runner-up, Ed Vanderkoy. Vanderkoy will leave first, in at 468. Dwayne Ringeth predicts 446. Ringeth leaves a little bit ahead of the scheduled start time, turns it red by 4 thousandths. Vanderkoy was good with a 14 light. 67 with a 6 on the 68 dial. And moving on to round number 2. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box, double buybacks. No box, double buybacks. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. No box, double buybacks. We'll take you guys to lanes 1 and 2. So just waiting on a couple of our double entries to come on back. Should have cars going down the track again momentarily. Big thank you going out to all of our participants this weekend. We certainly appreciate your support. We do this for you. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Double entries, this is your 2-minute warning. Double entries, this is your 2-minute warning. We need you back. ROC and Stephanie Nass. Stephanie Nass, Tower Side, dialed 487. Ryan O'Connor in the Lordco lane, dialed 450. O'Connor taking 8 at the stripe to be 4 above. Both of his entries off to round number 2. Tammy Lynn coming up left side of the racetrack for Rad Torque Systems. Taking on Greg Morton. Greg Morton in the right lane, dialed in at 469. Tammy says she's going to go 486. Well, not sure what happened down there to Tammy, but she just kind of idled away from the starting line. Well, she does have the win light on, though. Greg Morton turned it red by 24th thou. All right, double entries, we need you back. Your time is up. Double entries, we need you back to the staging lanes. Don Sefton and Kevin Shearer going to make up our next pairing. Don Sefton for Trucktown. In the TCS lane, Sefton out of Bremerton, Washington. Kevin Shearer in the right lane out of Belfair, Washington. Three Huns separate them by the dial. Sefton in with a 450. Shearer in at 447. Finish line says it is Don Sefton moving on. 450 with a 6 on the 450 dial. We'll now make the call for no box single buybacks. No box single buybacks. We'll take you to lanes 3 and 4. No box single buybacks. Come on down to 3 and 4. Next pair. Got the burnouts done. Carson Campbell and McKenna Bold. McKenna Bold in the right lane, dialed 469. Carson Campbell, tower side, dialed 460. So McKenna Bold in the right lane will get the handicap on the starting line. 3 bulbs lit. Now 4. Carson Campbell with the starting line advantage in the win light. 20 total. 12 on the start. Dead 8 at the finish. Taking 22. Now Mark Campbell and Dalton Giroux. Campbell through with his first entry, up now with his second. Leave Dalton also up for his second. If I remember correctly, things did not go well on the first entry. Campbell will leave first, dialed 453. Dalton Giroux will be the chaser, dialed at 445. And Mark Campbell gets through. Had the starting line advantage, 26-54. At the finish, takes 11th thou to be 15th thou above the dial. Giroux behind and under by 1 thou. Jan Christensen take on Dwayne Ringgold. Christensen, tower side, 5:01 the prediction. Dwayne Ringgold dialed in at 446. Ringgold red by 19. Christensen was 16, then 5:02 on the 5:01 dial. So Dwayne will be off to the buyback window. Christensen off to round 2 at least once. I can't remember whether he won or lost on his first entry. Dustin Martin with the bye. Black Chevelle be making a single pass up the left side of the racetrack. Says he's going to go 572. $574 up on the reader board. And that puts round number 1 in the books. Here on day 3, the West Coast Classic at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. And we roll into buyback round action. Mark Fall and Dennis Winton. Certainly good to see Mark Fall back up here at Mission Raceway Park. Veteran racer down there, no doubt about that. He's been making good runs. He just, hasn't had any racing luck. He's been very solid. Just keeps coming out on the wrong side. So here he takes on Dennis Winton. Winton in the big wagon. Win late for Mark Fall. Had the starting line advantage, took 9 thou at the stripe to be 4 above his 682 dial. Next pairing, Dan Golby and Dylan Scott. Dylan Scott dialed 650 in the Chevelle. Golby gets to lead first, dialed 673 in the Mustang. Couple of green lights. One 8 thou better than the other. Dan Golby with the starting line advantage and the win light. Comes up 680 on the 73 dial. Attention in the pits. Box, door car buybacks. Box, door car buybacks will take you in lanes 1 and 2. Box, door car buybacks. Come on down lanes 1 and 2. Battle of the Dustins. This is not the first time we've seen this weekend. Wow. Man, were these guys going after it on the tree. Dustin Ward is trips. Dustin Hunter is 001 red. Wow. Now Amber Rutherford and Fred Crane. Couple of Mustangs. Fred Crane, a little Fox body, right-hand side, 664 the dial. Amber Rutherford, dialed in at 596. Not liking Amber's chances here. Neither driver stellar on the starting line, but Fred Crane was much better. And he moves on. Craig Johnson and Steve Baskerville now. Baskerville in an all-wheel drive Volkswagen. Dialed in at 735. Johnson in his Cutlass, dialed 736. Little womp womp action down there for Craig Johnson. Picked up a whole bunch of real estate back here on the starting line. Johnson was 25. Baskerville's lights started with a 1. He was in rough shape. So just a little reminder to everybody, the concession stand is open. Not sure what time they make the transition from breakfast to lunch, but one of the two will be available. I'll guarantee you that.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
Bob Bailey goes red. Mark Fall is moving on. So Mark Fall had to buy back twice, but he carries 2 entries into round 2 through the buyback round. Next up, Dan Golby and Ken Tolsdorf. Golby in the red Mustang, Tolsdorf in the white Dart. Tolsdorf dialed in 612. Gonna have to hang around the starting line for a half second or so after Dan Golby leaves, working on his 676 dial. Tolsdorf red by 1 thou. Man, that guy's just been beating himself up this weekend. The finish line, both drivers under by 2, but it's Golby with the win light. I hear race cars.
We'll take our
Attention in the pits. Dragster double buybacks. Dragster double buybacks will get you in lanes 1 and 2. Dragster double buybacks. This is your call to the lanes. Dragster double buybacks to 1 and 2. So, second chance race will be taking place today. If after 3 rounds of competition you find yourself on the outside, you have an option. You can jump in the second chance race. $100 entry fee, 80% gets paid back to the racers. We'll now make the call for Dragster single buybacks. Dragster single buybacks will take you in lanes 3 and 4. Dragster single buybacks, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. So safety out there, just doing a little bit of surface maintenance. Got our next pairs ready to go. All right, back to sending cars down the track. We've got Adam DeYoung and we've got Kelly Shearer. Buyback round action. Adam DeYoung in the right lane. 538, the predicted number. Kelly Shearer, Tower Side, dialed 690 in the S10. Just 3 thou difference in reaction times. At the stripe, it's Adam DeYoung. Kelly Shearer. Looked like she was doing her job up there. Getting things woed up. Took 9 thou at the stripe, but unfortunately still under by 5 thou. Adam DeYoung was 13 at the starting line and dead 4 at the finish line. So Adam will be coming back for round number 2. Andy Hatton now will take on Dan Parsons. Parsons in the right lane. The Quality Racing 1970 Duster. Dialed in at 678. Andy Hatton will be hanging around the starting line a little bit. Dialed 524. Andy Hatton with the win light, getting there first by 11 thou to be 2 thou under. Parsons crossing second and 15 thou under. Andy Hatton with a 10 light. Now Martin Rochelle and Francesca Ward. $6.39 for Martin. $5.72 for Frankie. Martin, Tower Lane. There he goes. Red by 1 thou. Frankie was solid with a 16 light, runs it out, goes 71 with a 1 on the 72 dial. Coming back for round number 2. Next pair looks like this: Mike Kenworthy and Kevin Shearer. Shearer in the right lane. Kenworthy in the left. $5.44 the dial for the Firebird. $6 thou red for Mike Kenworthy. Kevin Shearer on a free run. Goes dead 6 on the 449 dial. Jason Pad and Dwayne Ringeth coming up next. Jason Pad wastes no time getting that dragster backed up. 3 hun will separate them by the dials, with Dwayne Ringeth being the quicker car, dialed 444. Was 002, had the starting line advantage, but at the finish line, it's Ringeth with the win light on. Taking 12 thou to be dead 1 on the 440 dial. Or sorry, 444 dial. Dalton Giroux and Brady White now. Couple of Albertans. Brady White in the right lane, dialed 488. Dalton Jarrell will be working on a 445. The CSN LJ Auto Body Dragster. Wow, 005 and trip zips are the reaction times, and it was the 005 light getting the win. Brady White to the stripe first by 9 thou to be 3/10 thou above the dial. Good tight drag race right there. Now it's Achetois and Horn. Steve Horn in the right lane. The Rad Torque and JS Power Sports. Achetois, tower side, dial 457. Steve Horn predicts 427. Achetois moves on. Had a 24 thou starting line advantage and put it to good use at the stripe, taking 20. With the burnouts done, we've got Kurt Gross and Mike Barron. Pretty sure Mike Barron would take the longest dragster on the property award if one existed. So Mike Barron right lane, dialed 434. Kurt Gross left lane, dialed 478. And it's over quickly. Barron turns it red by 11 thou. Then goes dead too on the 34 dial. Kurt Gross, 009 up front and one above at the finish line.
Confirm 16 plus 6. We'll take our no box doubles for round 2. Back to 1 and 2. No box doubles coming at you.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box double entry. No box double entry for round number 2. We'll take you in lanes 1 and 2. No box double entered. We need you now in lanes 1 and 2. So the merch desk is open. They're over there waiting for you. If you haven't made your way over there yet to check out what's available, you got to get that done. Lots of new items for 2023. Go check it out.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Dragster double buybacks, time is up. We need you in 3 and 4, please. Dragster double buybacks, time is up. If you haven't made it to 3 and 4, you are officially late.
I agree. Come on, get on it.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We will now take our no box singles to 3 and 4. No box singles for round 2. We'll get you down to 3 and 4.
All right, we got a couple of dragsters in the water. Nearing the end of this one and only buyback round. Stephanie Nass and Kevin Shearer. Shearer in the right lane, dialed 449. Stephanie Nass over here, tower side, dialed 490. Three bulbs lit. Shearer lights the fourth bulb. Here we go. 7th out difference in reaction time. Wind light comes on in the right lane for Kevin Shearer. 22 total package. 15 and 7 above. Taking 6th out at the stripe. Stephanie Nass with a 22 light, then dead 7. No win light. So I believe this will be the final pairing in our buyback round. Again, winners automatically advance to round 2 in the main event. Kevin McNichol, tower side, dials 640. Behind the wheel of his 67 Nova. Dwayne Ringeth in the right lane, dialed 447 in the T&T Motorsports Dragster. Kevin McNichol turns the win light on. Had a 3,000th starting line advantage. Taking 10th out at the stripe to be dead 6. So with the buyback round in the books, we roll into round number 2. We're starting with no box. Should see the first pair coming around the corner shortly. Round 2, first pair in the water. It's going to be Andy Klosky. And it's going to be Andrew Toflin. Battle of the Andes here in round number 2. Toflin in the right lane. The 68 Camaro. It's got 649 on the window. Andy Klosky, dial 611 in the strip teaser, is 65 Malibu. Toflin turns it red by 24. Andy Klosky racing towards his win light. Klosky, 15 on the tree, dead 8 at the finish line. Now Greg Palmer and Brad Burton. Burton in the Pontiac, dialed 663. Palmer in the Mopar, dialed 739. Couple of green lights. Brad Burton with some room to work with up there. Takes a very tight stripe, just 1/10,000th. He's one above the dial at the finish line and moving on. Palmer was behind on the tree and was 2 thou under the dial, crossing second by 1 thou. Now Dustin Ward and Fred Crane. Fred Crane in the right lane, dialed 663 behind the wheel of his blue Mustang. Dustin Ward dialed 630 in the dart. 5 thou difference in reaction times. Wind light comes on for Dustin Ward, left lane. Goes 631 with a 2 on the 630 dial. Fred Crane takes the stripe by 7 thou to find himself under by 4/10,000. Ouch. Mark Fall started the day with 2 entries, lost them both in round 1, put them both back in competition through the buyback round, and here he is in round 2. Tippy turns the wind light on. Wow, he's rocking it here this weekend. 11 on the tree, dead 0 on the 77 dial, taking 60 at the stripe. Maybe that was a little dangerous. Mark Fall doing a great job of getting behind. Almost worked, just not quite. Dan Golby and Ryan Johnson. Dan Golby with a double 09 light. Then one above, taking 11 thou at the stripe to turn the wind light on. Now Craig Johnson will face Steve Baskerville. Baskerville behind the wheel of the little Volkswagen you see in the right lane, dialed 735. Johnson dialed 300 slower at 738. Baskerville turns it red. Johnson was 33 up front on a free run. Off the gas and coasting, goes 744 on the 738 dial. Rob Monroe, tower side, behind the wheel of his little 31 Ford Model A, dialed in at 562. Benke with a 968 on the window of the Scamp. Monroe going to have to be a patient man. 4 seconds plus separate the by the dials. Monroe not quite patient enough. Turns it red by 59 thou. 4 seconds is a long time when you're hanging around on the starting line watching your opponent drive away. Jim Benke, 23 on the tree. Then with his wind light on, runs it out, gets a time trial out of the deal, goes 963 on the 968. Attention in the pits. Box, door card, double entries. Box, door card, double entries. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Box, door card, doubles. Come on down to 1 and 2. So I saw Blaine, I think, headed up here with a little sticky note in his hand, so I'm going to have some names to call out. If you hear your name, that means we've got an award waiting for you at the T&T Motorsports trailer, and we would very much so appreciate you promptly picking that up. Here's Blaine, and here's my names. McKenna Bold, Dennis Winton, and Dalton Giroux. McKenna Bold, Dennis Winton, and Dalton Giroux. You've got an award waiting for you at the T&T Motorsports trailer. Come on over, pick it up. We'll take your picture. It'll be a great time.
6973 entry. We'll now take our remaining.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Box door car single entries. Box door car single entries. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take you in 1 and 2. That's lanes 1 and 2 for box door car single entries, please. Jim Benke and Andy Klosky. Banky out front. Takes a little too much stripe, 120 thousandths, to be 35 thou under, or sorry, over. Oh, okay, back up to the starting line where he turned it red. Dustin Ward and Brad Burton roll into the water. Couple of red cars. Dustin Ward over here tower side, Brad Burton in the spectator lane. .661, the number for Brad Burton in the right lane. Dustin Ward dialed in at 630. We got 2 bulbs lit. Four bulbs lit. Here we go. Just 4 thou separate them by the reaction times. At the finish line, it's Dustin Ward with the win light on. Brad Burton takes 11 thou at the stripe to be under by 2 thou. It was Ward with the starting line advantage, 10-14. And he's moving on to round number 3. Burton was in twice, so he'll be coming back around. Dan Golby and Mark Fall. Mark Fall with the win light. Picked up a nice chunk of change on the starting line, 001 to 64. And now Richard Love and Craig Johnson will be the final pair of no box cars in this second round. Richard Love dialed 673 in the left lane. Craig Johnson dials the Cutlass, 738 in the right lane. Johnson red by 4 thou. Richard Love with a 008 reaction time. On a freebie, goes 676 on the 673 dial. So safety going to go out there and just give the surface a little bit of a rub before we roll into our box competition, round 2. And don't forget, should you find yourself outside of competition following the completion of round 3, you can get yourself in the second chance race. Just a little note, second chance race paid out, well, in the neighborhood of $2,300 yesterday. That's enough to pay for your weekend. So again, $100 entry fee to get yourself into second chance competition. Attention in the pits. Dragster double entries. Dragster double entries. Bring them down to 1 and 2. Dragster double entries. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Well, the tractor has cleared the track. We should see the next pair rolling around the corner momentarily. Box round 2 coming up. Attention in the pits. Box Dragster single entries. Box Dragster single entries. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Box Dragster single entries. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. First pair is going to be Martin and Martin. Dustin Martin in the right lane, Martin Rochelle in the left. Dustin Martin in the right lane, dialed 573. Martin Rochelle, dialed 640. Both drivers clean and green. Dustin Martin with a 22 thou starting line advantage takes 2 thou at the stripe. Still under the dial by 3 thou, but Martin was further under, 25 to be exact. Now Frankie Ward and James Rutherford. Francesca in the left lane, dialed 571. In the Camaro. Rutherford driving his Ford Probe, dialed 476. Stripe says it's Frankie Ward moving on. 14 up front, dead 7, 21 total. Rutherford missed the tree a little bit. He was 39. Then dead 0, but to no avail. That'll set up Eddie Plaisir and Adam DeYoung. Plaisir left side, dialed 566 in the 56. Adam DeYoung dialed 538 in the Camaro. Plaisir's red by 9 thou. Adam DeYoung was green by 40. Then one above the 538 dial. So Eddie Plaisir will have the option of jumping into the second chance race. George LeBlanc coming up. Right-hand side of the track. George behind the wheel of his orange Chevelle. Andy Hatton in the Grinch. Just 1 thou difference in reaction times. Win light on for Andy Hatton. Andy Hatton was 1 thou better on the line with his 28 light at the finish line. He's dead 7, taken 8.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of top fuel funny car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
At home with the live feed.
Little Ford Ranger, the vanishing one stunt team. And the wind light. Association here looking for that outside line. We are going to ramp it up big time from here. Expecting pro competition of beauty.
$2,500 cash winning drive.
Really awesome. Sir, the replay is that about Valley Tech Convention. This is just the beginning, folks.
Well, here comes our next pair. Couple of regular Canada West Door Slammer participants here at Mission. John DeYoung and Scott Robinson. DeYoung with a nice long burnout behind the wheel of his Camaro. Dialed in at 429. Scott Robinson for Rad Torque Systems in the left lane, dialed 494. Trouble for John DeYoung, not sure what happened there. Heard a whole bunch of RPM and then propulsion seemed to come to a stop. Scott Robinson with the win. Robinson goes 95 on the 94 dial. So Scott Robinson will be a player in round number 3. So not sure yet whether John DeYoung is going to need a hand getting the Camaro off the racetrack. Well, he's climbing out of it, so I would assume so. See the Artex Racing tow vehicle headed out there. Well, it's kind of handy, you know, having your own tow truck when your race car breaks down, although less than ideal. Jason Pad and Kelsey Dufresne. Pad dialed in at 590. Dufresne will leave second, dialed 529. Matching reaction times. Jason Pad with the win light on. Both drivers go under the prediction. Pad by 5 thou, Dufresne by 13. Both drivers 23 on the tree. Couple of mission regulars, Kevin McNichol and John Jenkins. McNichol dialed 640 in his Nova. Left lane, turns it red by 1/10,000th of a second. Trip zip red. So John Jenkins on a freebie runs it out. Probably a good thing he was on a freebie. Went 67 on the 73 dial. And now Jan Christensen and Dustin Martin. Christensen, tower side of the racetrack, dials 503. Dustin Martin with a 571 on the window of the Chevelle. Martin red by 5 thou. Jan Christensen on a time trial. It was 504 with a 2 on the 503 dial. No box, double entries. No box, double entries. We need you in lanes 1 and 2. No box, double entries. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. One more time. No box doubles. Come on down to 1 and 2. Ryan O'Connor with the win light. Vanderkoy, 5 thou under. Ryan O'Connor taking 3 at the stripe to be 5/10 thou under. Now last night's big winner, Mark Campbell. Gonna take on Brady White. Brady White in the right lane, dialed 488. Campbell in with a 454. Brady White with the starting line advantage and the win light. Brady White with a 4 light, 1 above, taking 12. Dave Senio and Kevin Shearer make up our next pair. Senio, tower side. For Supreme Steel and Frameworks, dialed in at 461. Kevin Shearer, spectator side, with the win light on. Picked up 54 thou on the starting line, took 34 at the finish line. That's a win. Now Eric Goulden and Carson Campbell. Eric Goulden, 455 the dial. Campbell, tower side, will leave first, working on a 461 dial. Couple of green lights at the finish line. It is Carson Campbell moving on. Had the advantage on the starting line. Got the win light at the finish line. Carson Campbell was 12 on the tree to Eric Goulden's 049. Campbell taking 35 at the stripe to be one above the 461 dial. Now Don Sefton, left side of the racetrack, and McKenna Bowl. Double O reaction times, both sides, and it's McKenna Bold moving on. 008 dead 6, 14 totes. Sefton to the stripe first by 8 thou, but he's under by 6 10,000ths. Hey, listen up out there, doubles. You're down to 5 minutes. You're running out of time, doubles. We need you back here. We're now down to 2 minutes. Time's running out. So we do have our doubles back to the lanes. Drivers just getting suited up. Well, here comes the first pair. Kurt Gross coming up. Tower side of the racetrack. Attention in the pits. No box, single entries. No box, single entries. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. No box, single entries. Come on down to 3 and 4. No box, single entries. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Kevin Shearer in the right lane, dialed 449. Kurt Gross dialed 480. Kevin Shearer turns the wind light on. 10 total. Seven up front. He was twice as good as Kurt Gross at 14. Shearer taking one thou at the stripe to be dead 3. Now Tammy Peugeot and Jan Christensen. Tammy Lynn in the tower lane, dialed 486. Jan Christensen, dialed 504. Tammy Lynn moving on to round number 3. 25 on the tree, then 487 with an 8 on the 486 dial. Jan Christensen. I have no idea what happened to Jan, but his light started with a 1. Now Braden Ochetois rolls up beside Carson Campbell. Campbell in the right lane. Dialed 460. Ochetois in at 457. Well, Carson Campbell is looking pretty good. 009 light. Ochetois, some kind of a, well, either a box or human malfunction on the starting line. He had a 4:38 reaction time. Campbell with all kinds of room up top, puts it 4 above. Mark Campbell up in the right lane now. Dialed in at 453. He'll be leaving first, as Dwayne Ringeth is dialed 448. So we'll make another call for our no box single entries. No box single entries. We need you in 3 and 4. No box single entries. Come on down to 3 and 4. Ringeth turns it red. Mark Campbell moving on. Campbell on a freebie. Essentially a time trial. Goes 453 with an 8 on the 453 dial. Ryan O'Connor missed it a little bit and couldn't fix it. Don Sefton with a 12 light, then one above, taking 53 at the stripe to turn the win lights on. And with that, we put round number 2 in the books. So just a little reminder for those who did not find success in round 2, you can jump into the second chance race. $100 to enter. 80% getting paid back. Yesterday paid somewhere in the neighborhood of $2,300 in the pot. So back to no box. First pair, round 3. Dustin Ward and Daryl Tippy. Tippy in the right lane, dialed 677. Ward in the left, dialed 633. Ward turns it red by 14. Tippy with a 27 light. Runs it out, goes 676 with a 4 on the 677 dial. Now Dan Golby and Andy Klosky. Andy Klosky, our lone remaining double entry. We did have 2 going into this third round. However, we just saw Dustin Ward lose one of his. Andy Klosky has found his spot. Klosky with a 4 light. Then 611 with a 1 on the 612 dial. Dan Golby was in front by just 4/10,000ths of a second, but under the dial by 29 thou. So Dustin Ward and Andy Klosky, we'll need you back up here just as soon as you can make that happen. Fueled up photography on the property this weekend. Becky Powell of Fueled Up Photography. Fueled Up Photography, the official photographer of the Classics. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Box door car single entries. Box door car single entries will get you to lanes 3 and 4. Box door car single entries to lanes 3 and 4. Mark Fall and Brad Burton. Here's a matchup. Mark Fall left side, dialed in at 683. Burton's got the Pontiac down at 662. Mark Fall marched up there with a 30 thou advantage. Takes 10 at the stripe to be one above and moving on to round number 4. Craig Johnson and Jim Benke. Craig in the Cutlass, dialed 739. Benke in the Scamp, dialed 967. Make a final call for box door cars. Box door cars, you guys need to be in the lanes. Benke takes the stripe by 88 and is well under the 967 dial. Had the starting line advantage, 11 to 50, but could not parlay that into a win light at the finish line. Richard Love scores the bye here in round number 3. Little black S10. Dials 673. Well, Richard Love predicted 673, and that's exactly what he ran, with a 7. Now Andy Klosky and Dustin Ward. As mentioned earlier, coming into this round, these were our last 2 doubles. Dustin Ward lost on his first entry. Andy Klosky won on his first entry. So it's going to wind up Klosky with 2 and Ward with 0, or they'll wind up with 1 entry each. $5,000 difference in reaction times. Win light comes on for Andy Klosky. Wins a double breakout. He was under by $6,000. Ward under by $8,000. So safety going to head on out there, give the track just a little rub. We'll make the call now for box double entered dragsters. Box double entered dragsters. We need you in lanes 1 and 2. Box double entered dragsters. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. One more time. Box double entered dragsters. Bring them down to 1 and 2. Attention in the pits. We'll take box single entered dragsters to lanes 3 and 4. Box single entered dragsters. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. So we're looking for all of our dragsters to the staging lanes. Doubles in 1 and 2, singles to 3 and 4. Dragsters, we need you in the lanes. Doubles to 1 and 2, singles to 3 and 4. So we'll make another call for our dragsters. If it seems like we're trying to rush you, yeah, well, we are. Dragsters, we need you in the lanes now. Doubles to 1 and 2, singles to 3 and 4. McKenna Bold and Brady White. Brady White and McKenna Bold, we need you back to the staging lanes. And we'll make a first call now for Second Chance Racers. Second Chance No Box. Second Chance No Box. Come on down to lane number 5. Second Chance No Box. Make another call for No Box Second Chance. No Box Second Chance. We're looking for you in lane number 5. No Box Second Chance. Come on down to lane number 5. Jason Pad and Dustin Martin. Jason Pad takes 35 at the stripe to be under by 5. Pad had the starting line advantage, but it's Dustin Martin who's moving on to round number 4. Now Scott Robinson and Adam DeYoung. Robinson left side, dialed 494 in the Beretta. Young Adam DeYoung in the right lane. Comes up 2 above his 538 dial. He was well behind on the starting line. Scotty was 001 on the tree, then 2 above. Now Francesca Ward and John Jenkins. Francesca in the tower lane, behind the wheel of the Camaro, dialed 571. John Jenkins will be doing the chasing. Dialed at 567, just 4/100ths of a second separate them by the dials. Those trip zip red lights. It doesn't get any worse than this one. Trip zip 1 red. John Jenkins is moving on. He was solid up front with a 22 light at the finish line. He's under by 2.5, but that's all right. You're allowed to do that kind of stuff when your wind light's on. Now Andy Hatton will take on Don Sefton. Sefton in the absolutely gorgeous Trucktown sponsored dragster, dials 451. Andy Hatton with a 15 light and all kinds of room up top. Not sure what went wrong for Sefton on the starting line, but he was more than a full bulb off. Now Tammy Lynn. Tammy Peugeot, tower side for Rad Torque Systems. Gonna take on Carson Campbell. Campbell in the right lane, dialed 461. Tammy predicts 486. Tammy Peugeot is moving on. Now it'll be Jan Christensen and Kevin Shearer. Shearer in the black dragster. Spectator side of the racetrack, dialed 449. Christensen over here, tower side, TCS side of the track, dialed 503. So Jan Christensen gets through. 009 light. Dead 9, 18 total.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
At home with the live feed.
The little Ford Ranger, the vanishing one stunt team. And the win light. Destination here looking for that outside line. We are going to ramp it up big time from here. Expecting pro competition. A beauty.
$2,500 cash winning drive.
Really awesome. Sir, the replay provided by Valley Tech Production Group. This is just the beginning, folks.
So I've got another list of award winners in front of me. Mark Fall, George LeBlanc, and Dustin Ward. Mark Fall, George LeBlanc, Dustin Ward. You've got an award waiting for you at the T&T Motorsports trailer. And again, just a little reminder, if you do hear your name called for one of these awards throughout the day, we would very much appreciate you making your way over to the T&T Motorsports trailer as soon as you reasonably can. What we're trying to avoid is being at the end of the day and still sitting on a pile of awards and having to deal with distributing those after the fact. Much, much easier for everybody involved to get this taken care of now. There's Dustin Ward. I didn't need to call him twice. That list once again, Mark Fall, George LeBlanc, and Dustin Ward. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We've got 3 pairs we need to rerun. You know who you are. We'll take you in the staging lanes just as soon as you can get here. So our 3 rerun pairings, we need you to the lanes. So we are looking for our 3 rerun pairs to the lanes. Just to confirm. Sorry about that. Just to confirm, you are not locked into your old dial. You may change your dial for the rerun. So lots of sponsors to thank. We certainly appreciate all the support we get to put these classics on. At the very top of that list is Rad Torque Systems. Rad Torque Systems, the world's leader in torque technology. Spanning across all industries, worldwide, to make sure things are torqued efficiently and accurately. Check it out at radtorque.com. Also want to thank Kirk Lance and A. Tristan Plumbing, the Lower Mainland's plumbing and heating leader. How about Artex Racing? John DeYoung and family is a staple in the racing community. They race multiple cars in multiple classes, huge classic supporters and great people. Artex Racing, the presenting sponsor of the 20 grand to win Saturday night top bulb shootout. Speaking of shootout sponsors, how about Pathmaker Service Company? Pathmaker Service Company, the presenting sponsor of the bottom bulb shootouts here at the Classics in 2023. Pathmaker is the oil and gas industry leader in casing running. Huge thanks for all their support. Pro One Safety Canada. Pro One Safety is the industry leader in safety equipment. And presenters of our Champions Club jackets for all shootout winners at the Classics since its inception. Man, I have so much trouble with that line. Since its inception. Please support them for all your safety needs. This is Bracket Racing Elite, the choice of champions. Want to improve your on-track performance? Check out This is Bracket Racing Elite and be mentored by multiple-time world champion big buck bracket race winners Luke Bokacki and Justin Lamb. Hoosier Tire, the premier choice for drag racing and street tires. Royal Projects Incorporated. Big or small, they do it all. Pickers of all sizes and custom camp construction projects. Owned by racer James Rutherford, now with a new branch open in Kelowna. Competitive Suspension, one of the best in high performance and basic application drag racing shocks. CSN LJ Auto Body, the Edmonton area's leading body shop. From custom work to fixing fender benders, you can rely on Vince and the gang at CSN LJ for all your paint and body work needs. JS Power Sports, the Lower Mainland's horsepower headquarters. From side-by-sides to pro mods, Jay and his crew can do it all. The Mona LaHaye Group, Remax Elite, Edmonton's experts in real estate. Check them out at horsepowerranch.com. George's Classics and Custom Auto, located in the Creston area, your custom car and restoration expert, George LeBlanc. How about Bel Air Power, Alberta and BC's compression and gas technology leaders. Race Digital Delay, the best in race car electronics digital delay, available through T&T Motorsports. Abaco Drilling Technologies, oil and gas leader in power section technology. Meridyne HP Fans, industry leaders in cooling down your ride. No matter the application, Meridyne has a fan that will work for you. Spring Fling Bracket Races, the gold standard of bracket races. Peter and Emily Biondo are the inspiration for the classics. Check them out at bracketraces.com to experience the best bracket races in the sport. Team PRS, another industry leader in shock technology. Adam and Team PRS have what you need to make your car flat out work. DC Signs, the official signage partner of the classics. DC, based out of Leduc, can do it all. From commercial to your race car operation, they have what it takes to bring your ideas to life. FTI Performance. Winners rely on FTI. Get the track-proven advantage today. Available through T&T Motorsports. Driven Racing Oil. Driven lubricants are the best on the market, trusted by engine builders, racers, and motorsports enthusiasts everywhere. Get with T&T for all your driven racing oil needs. Bears Performance, Canada's manufacturer of quality chassis, suspension, and driveline components. Check them out at bearsperformance.com. Fred and Debbie Crane, longtime Classics supporters. Very much appreciate your support. Infinity Coach, the West Coast's RV care provider. Infinity Coach offers a wide selection of services encompassing the exterior, systems, and interior aspects of your motor coach construction. Also, Bracket Life brand and the Golf Cart People. Golf Cart People, the official golf cart supplier of the Classics. They have a demo unit that you will see at the Classics. For the most part, you're going to see Casey ripping around on it this year, featuring their slick lithium battery upgrades that will give you over 50 miles of runtime. JBS Equipment bringing us the live stream this weekend. Shout out to Valley Tech Production for their great work providing those live streams. Also want to mention Fueled Up Photography. Becky Powell and Fueled Up Photography, the official photographer for the Classics. And of course, a big shout out goes out to all you racers. Very much so appreciate your presence here this weekend and supporting the Classics. Spread the word. So I do believe that we have all our reruns in the lanes ready to go. We'll be commencing with that momentarily. Just going to give the track a quick Real quick drag, as it hasn't had anything going down it in about 20 minutes or so now. Hey everybody, check it out. Curtis Shaw in front of the tower. And the tractor makes its way off the track surface. Attention in the pit, no box. This is your call to the staging lanes. We've got one double left. That would be Andy Klosky. We need you to get a move on. We'd like you to be at the front. But we are making the call for all of our no box cars. Bring them down to 1 and 2. No box. This is your call to the lanes. No box to lanes 1 and 2. We'd like Andy Klosky right up front. And here comes the first of our 3 rerun pairs. Tammy Peugeot and Carson Campbell. Carson Campbell in the right lane. Tammy Lynn over here in the tower lane. So no box, we're looking for no box in lanes 1 and 2. No box to lanes 1 and 2. Tammy Lynn, tower side, dialed 486. Campbell lights the 4th bulb. Here we go. Oh, man. Tammy Lynn was awesome on the starting line with a double 03 light at the finish line. She's under by 4/10,000ths of a second. Carson Campbell moves on. Next up, Jan Christensen and Kevin Shearer. Shearer in the right lane, dialed 449. Christensen will leave first, dialed 503. Couple of green lights. Jan Christensen moving on. 008 and 1 above. Shearer was 57 on the tree, missed it and could not fix that. Now the third of our 3 rerun pairings. Andy Hatton in the right lane, behind the wheel of the Grinch, 69 Camaro. Andy dialed 525. TCS side of the track, we've got Don Sefton for Trucktown. Sefton dialed 451. Hatton's red by 14, Sefton's green by 14. Sefton runs it out, goes dead 3 on the 451 dial. Hey, no box. Where are you guys? No box. You should be in the lanes. This is your 3rd or 4th call, and we're going to call it the final call. No box. You need to be in lanes 1 and 2. Just to reiterate, Andy Klosky is our lone remaining double entry. We need him right up at the front. So I see we've got a nice little spattering of race fans over there on the spectator side in the grandstands. Hey, welcome to the West Coast Classic. We're very happy to have you spending your day with us. And I don't want to forget about those on the World Wide Web watching the live stream. Glad to have you with us. And we go back to no box. Round number 4. Daryl Tippy and Andy Klosky. Daryl Tippy in the right lane, Klosky in the left. Couple of Chevys. Daryl Tippy in the right lane predicts 677. Andy Klosky with a 611 on the window. Tippy red by 6 thou. Klosky 28, one above. Andy Klosky, our lone remaining double entry in the no box side of things. So we'll need Andy back up here just as soon as he can get things turned around. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Box Dragster double entries. Box Dragster double entries. We would appreciate you making your way back up here just as soon as you reasonably can. Box Dragster double entries. As soon as you can get back up here, it would be very much appreciated. Craig Johnson and Richard Love roll up. Richard Love in the black S10. Dial 674. Craig Johnson in the Oldsmobile. Dial 739. Johnson, tower side of the racetrack. We'll make a call now for Box Second Chance Racers. Box Second Chance. This is your call to lane number 5. Box Second Chance. Come on down to lane number 5. Richard Love draws the red bulb. Left 28th thou ahead of the scheduled start time. Craig Johnson, 22 on the 3, or on the tree rather, then runs it out to the tune of a 733 on the 739 dial. Gotta wonder if he knew he was holding 5.5. So Andy Klosky back up with his second entry. Over in the right lane this time. To take on Mark Fall. Mark Fall in the El Camino. .683 the dial for Mark Fall in the left lane. Andy Klosky working on a 611. Mark Fall with a very nice 10 light. Then 678 on the 683 dial. He had a freebie as Klosky turned it to thou red. So there we go. We're down to single entries only in no box at this point. So back to the box class. Dragsters. There's a pair in the water. Ryan O'Connor, ROC in the right-hand lane. Dials the black dragster in at 455. Mark Campbell, tower side, dialed 453, just 2/100ths of a second quicker. Campbell left side, O'Connor right side. Campbell with the starting line advantage and the win light. Ryan O'Connor was behind on the tree, but actually got to the stripe first by 2 thou, and in doing so, put himself under by 2 thou. Now Kevin Shearer and McKenna Bold. Kevin Shearer, tower side. Dialed in at 449. McKenna Bold will leave first in the right lane, dialed 470. So more often than not, whoever gets the light gets the win. McKenna Bold with a nice 3 light. 2 above, taking 50 at the stripe. Easy win. Kevin Shearer missed the tree a little bit with a 61 light. 1 above and behind. Carson Campbell and Brady White now. Carson Campbell left lane, Brady White right lane. White dialed in at 488. Carson Campbell 25 thou quicker. At 463, Carson Campbell, your winner. 64 with a 2 on the 63 dial. His 005 light gives him a 13 thou advantage over White's 18 light. Carson Campbell. So that wraps up round number 3 for the boxcars. Now got our first pair of second chance competitors at the starting line. Dustin Hunter with an easy win. Picked up well over 1/10 of a second on the starting line. Gave him a bunch of real estate to work with at the finish line. Next pair now, Fred Crane and Ken Tolsdorf. Box Dragsters, if you just lost in round 3, make sure you get a crew member up here right away to get yourself entered in the second chance race if that's your game plan. We do need to know very quickly whether or not you're going to enter. Fred Crane in the right lane, dialed 663 in the Mustang. Tolsdorf, dialed 610. Man, I really got a feel for that Tolsdorf character. Showed up here, had all kinds of car issues Thursday through Friday, then got things a little figured out. For yesterday, car's working pretty well. Since then, he's had a ton of tiny little red lights. And, well, it looks like he compensated a little too much for that. Got a 119 reaction time this time. Greg Palmer with the win. Kelsey Dufresne and George LeBlanc. LeBlanc in the right lane, behind the wheel, the orange Chevelle. Make a call for our 3 remaining no box cars. No box. We need you back to lanes 1 and 2. No box. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Next pair, Dwayne Ringeth and Steve Horn. Ringeth, tower side, dialed 445. It's not often that he's not the chaser, but he's definitely not the chaser in this round. Steve Horn dialed 428. Dwayne Ringeth moving on. Had the starting line advantage, which gave him a bunch of room to work with up top. This 452 on the 445, good enough. So with a good and consistent surface being the goal, while we wait for some cars to come back, we're going to touch up the racing surface just a little bit here. Hey, listen up in the pits. Box, second chance. Box, second chance. We need you to lane 5. Box, second chance. We need you now. Lane number 5.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
At home with the live feed.
The blue Ford Ranger, the vanishing one stunt team. And the win light. Elimination here looking for that outside line. We are going to ramp it up big time from here. Expect pro competition. A beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Sure, the replay provided by Valley Tech Production Group. This is just the beginning, folks.
Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Box door cars, box door cars. This is your call to the staging lanes. We need box door cars to lanes 3 and 4. Box door cars, lanes 3 and 4, please. So we're down to just 3 cars in no box. Mark Fall with the buy. He'll be one of the last 2 standing. Box double dragster. Box double enter dragster. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. Box double enter dragster. We need you in lanes 1 or 2. So Andy Klosky and Craig Johnson. And box single enter dragsters. This is your call to 3 and 4. Box single enter dragsters. Come on down to 3 and 4, please. Andy Klosky and Craig Johnson. Winner makes the split. Couple of green lights. Who's getting there? Andy Klosky gets to the stripe by 3 thou to be dead 6. Johnson picked up 12 thou on the starting line. Think he kind of gave it back. But Klosky was right there. And Klosky makes the split. For the 2nd day in a row. Mark Fall with a 25 light, working on a 678, goes 682. I would guess off the gas. So now back to second chance action. Kelly Shearer and Jason Pat. Kelly Shearer, tower lane. Dialed 688 behind the wheel, the S10. Pat in the Automax Dragster. Spectator side of the racetrack, dialed 448. Kelly's red by 10 thou. Pat gets a freebie, runs it out, goes 46.9 on the 48 dial. Now Kevin McNichol and Ryan O'Connor. O'Connor in the right lane. Behind the wheel, the black dragster, dialed 452. Attention in the pits, McKenna Bold. McKenna Bold, we need you up in the staging lanes. McKenna Bold, you need to get to the lanes. Little womp womp from Jason Pad up there. Backs it into dead 2, taking 24. Pad was 19 on the tree, McNichol 38. Scott Robinson and Dustin Martin now. Robinson in the black and red Beretta, tower side of the racetrack. Dialed in at 495. He'll be the chaser. Just Dustin Martin, dialed 574 behind the wheel of the Chevelle. He'll be the chasee. Dustin Martin takes 6th thou to be dead one. Scott Robinson crossing the line 2nd and under by 12th thou. And we go back to box. Johnny Jenkins in the right lane. Carson Campbell in the left. Carson Campbell in his 2006 Mullis chassis dragster. John Jenkins driving a borrowed 1987 Cavalier. Jenkins dials 563. Campbell will be working on a 461 dial. Jenkins turns it red by 1,000th of a second. Carson Campbell on a freebie goes 461 with a 3 on the 461 dial. Attention in the pits. Second chance, no box. Second chance, no box. Let's take you to lane number 5. Second chance, no box. This is your call to the lanes. Second chance, no box. Come on down to lane number 5. Hey, listen up. No box. Second chance. We need you in lane 5. No box. Second chance. We are looking for you in lane number 5. Hey, listen up. I got a little list of names for awards over at the T&T Motorsports trailer. Andy Klosky, George LeBlanc, and Brady White. Those three names, once again, Andy Klosky, George LeBlanc, and Brady White. If you could please make your way over to the T&T Motorsports trailer at your earliest convenience. We would very much appreciate that. Those names one more time, Brady White, George LeBlanc, and Andy Klosky. Hey, listen up in the pits. Box, second chance. This is your call to lane 5. Box, second chance. Come on down to lane number 5. Box, second chance. We're looking for you in lane number 5. Attention in the pits. Carson Campbell, you're on the 2-minute clock. Carson Campbell, you've got 2 minutes. And we'll make another call for box second chance. Box second chance. We need you in lane number 5. Box second chance. You guys should be in lane number 5. So McKenna Bold with the buy. So McKenna guaranteed to make the split. Once we complete this round of boxcars, we're currently in the dragster portion of it. We will be down to our split round in the main event. So McKenna Bold with the buy. 470, the number on the board. McKenna 004 and 471 with a 3. Now Don Sefton and Mark Campbell. Mark Campbell dialed 455 in the right lane. Sefton's your winner. He's dialed 451, goes 452. He was 10 on the tree. Campbell turned it red by 34. Carson Campbell and Jan Christensen. Both Campbells entered this round, and we'll see if any of them make it through. Jan Christensen dialed 502 over there in the right lane. Carson Campbell, tower side, dialed 461. Couple of green lights. Stripe says it is Jan Christensen moving on. 009 dead 2, 11 total. Carson Campbell to the stripe by 3 thou, but 13 thou under the dial. Now back to second chance action. We've got Fred Crane and we've got Dustin Hunter. Fred Crane in the right lane. The blue Mustang. Dustin Hunter in the left lane. The black and purple Falcon. Crane 006, one above, taking 55 at the stripe. Next up, Jason Pad and Andrew Toflin. Pad, tower side of the track behind the wheel of the Automax Dragster. Toflin wheeling the red and silver Camaro. Over there in the Lordco lane, dialed 650. Pad dialed 446. Toflin goes red by a bunch. Pad was good to go, 003, dead 4, 7 total. You know, that'll work. Dwayne Ringeth and Ryan O'Connor. O'Connor, tower side. Ringeth in the spectator lane. Ringeth will be doing the chasing, dialed 446. O'Connor dialed in at 453. It's ROC with the win light. 457 on the 453. Good enough to get it done. O'Connor was 23 on the starting line. Dwayne just flat out missed it. And Kelsey Dufresne with the bye. This will get us to the semifinal round in second chance action. See you later, Curtis. So it is time to make the call for all the, well, we'll call them split participants. Our final 2 no box cars and our remaining 5 box cars. Come on down to the staging lanes with your cars as soon as you reasonably can. We'll have a little chat regarding funds and pair you up. So we're down to the split round in the main event portion of today. Attention in the pit. Attention in the pits. Cats. Cats. This is an announcement for you. We need you up to the starting line, please. Cats, can you please come up to the starting line? So starting line crew down there scraping a little excess rubber off the starting line area. So just a general reminder for anybody that's got a tab over at the T&T Motorsports trailer, we would very much appreciate you getting that taken care of, preferably before the end of the event, so there's not a bunch of that to deal with once things are all over. So if you do have a tab, please get that taken care of as soon as possible. Thank you. Hey, listen up in the pit. We're looking for our split cars in the lane. Apparently we're missing 3 of them. I'll move over 10 feet and try this again. So we're missing 3 of our split cars. If you've made the split, we need you in the lanes now. If you've made the split, we need you in the lanes. Attention in the pits. No box, second chance. No box, second chance. Come on down to lane number 5. No box, second chance. Lane number 5, please. So here we are, split round. Carson Campbell and Dustin Martin. Gonna face off here in the round of 8. Carson Campbell, tower side of the racetrack, dialed 461. Dustin Martin in the Lordco lane or spectator side of the racetrack, dialed 573. Couple of Washingtonians. Carson Campbell turns it red by 1,000th of a second. Dustin Martin was awesome on the starting line with a 007 light. Then goes dead 2 to be 9 total. And another USA pairing. Couple more guys out of Washington, Don Sefton and Mark Fall. Sefton in the left lane for Trucktown. Absolutely gorgeous dragster. Mark Fall is very cool, 65 El Camino. Fall with the starting line advantage, but does not turn the wind light on. So Mark Fall looked to be on the brakes. Don Sefton taking 38th out at the stripe. Mark Fall definitely had something to do with that, but he was safe at one above. Andy Klosky and McKenna Bold. Klosky in the strip teaser out front and turns the win light on. 610 with an 8 on the 610 dial was 15 to start things off, taking 6th thou at the stripe. Nicely done. McKenna Bold was 16 on the starting line, then 72 with a 3 on the 471 dial. We'll now make the call for Box Second Chance. Box Second Chance. Come on down. Box Second Chance. We're waiting for you in lane 5. Coming around the corner, Jan Christensen. Guaranteed player in the semifinal round as he scores the bye at 7 cars. So Jan Christensen rolls up left side of the racetrack. 502, the number on the dial board. Turns it 2 red at the 8th mile, goes 502 with a 9. Second chance, semi-final round, first pair in the water. Fred Crane and Ryan O'Connor. So Fred Crane in the right lane. The little blue Mustang dialed 662. Ryan O'Connor in the black Dragster dialed 451. Crane turns it red by 73. Puts Ryan O'Connor on a freebie. He was 20 up front. Off the gas and coasts across the finish line with a 467. That brings up Kelsey Dufresne and Jason Pad. Kelsey Dufresne in the right lane, dialed 527 behind the wheel of the Camaro. Pad left side, dialed 446. He'll be the chaser. Couple of green lights. Reader board says Jason Pad is going to the final in second round action. It'll be him and Ryan O'Connor. So the second round money is going to Alberta. So down to semifinals in main event action and down to the final round in the second chance race. So here we are nearing the end of day 3 of the second running of the West Coast Classic here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Absolutely fantastic event. Tip of the hat to everyone involved. All the staff here at Mission, the T&T staff, and of course, first and foremost, all the racers that showed up to support this series. So we've got our pairings for the semifinal round. It's going to be Jan Christensen taking on Dustin Martin. And Andy Klosky will face Don Sefton.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
At home with the live feed.
The little Ford Ranger, the vanishing one stunt team. And the win light. Elimination here looking for that outside line. We are going to ramp it up big time from here. Expect pro competition of beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Share the replay and that about Valley Tech Production Group. This is just the beginning, folks.
So again, we are looking for our semifinalists in main event action and our finalists in second chance. So, well, pretty much if you're still in competition, this is your call to the lanes. So we've got our semi-finalists of the main event all in the lanes. We're still looking for our second chance finalists. Second chance finalists, we're looking for you guys up here in the staging lanes. Semi-final round on day 3 here at the West Coast Classic. First pair in the water. Don Sefton and Andy Klosky. Sefton in the right lane. Dials the dragster in at 451. Klosky tower side in the white Chevelle. Klosky out of Quesnel, BC. It's about 7 or 8 hours north. Sefton from Bremerton, Washington. 3 or 4 hours south. Klosky dialed in at 610. Klosky with the starting line advantage and the win light. 006 and 1 above, taking 9 at the stripe. Andy Klosky is going to the final round. Now to figure out who Andy will face in the final round. Will it be a door car? Will it be a Dragster? Jan Christensen and Dustin Martin here in the second pairing of our semi-final round. Dustin Martin, the black Chevelle in the right lane, dialed 573. Christensen dials 502 in the Dragster. Pre-stage bulbs lit. Christensen's in. Now Martin. Well, and the big bucks aren't going south on this race. It's going to be Jan Christensen and Andy Klosky in the final. Next pair around the corner will be our second chance final round. We've got Jason Patt and Ryan O'Connor behind the tower getting ready to go. right, final round. It's Jason Patt and it's Ryan O'Connor. Couple of Albertans, they do a lot of racing together. No stranger to lining up beside each other. So Pat dials 446, Ryan O'Connor 452. They were going to swap cars for this final round, but Jason Pat didn't think he'd be able to reach the pedals in Ryan's car, so they decided against it. Pad's 005 to ROC's 20 light, and at the finish line, Pad one above, getting the win. ROC gets to the stripe first by 5 thou to be 4 thou under. So congratulations going out to Jason Pad, our second chance winner here today, day number 3 at the West Coast Classic. And that leaves just one final round to go. Andy Klosky and Jan Christensen will take you back to the staging lanes as soon as you can get here. So a little reminder to everybody as we are nearing the end of this event, if you have a tab going at the T&T Motorsports trailer, would be very much appreciated if you could get on over there and get said tab taken care of. So as we near the end of this, the second running of the West Coast Classic here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park, I just got to say, what a great weekend. Lots of great racing. All the feedback I've gotten out there in the lanes is everyone's thoroughly enjoyed themselves here at the West Coast Classic. We'll congratulate all of our winners one more time. Opening day was Friday. Our second chance winner on Friday was George LeBlanc. And winning the main event on Friday was Kelly Shearer. Moving forward to Saturday, main event action. Saw Brad Burton over Andy Hatton. And in second chance, well, the final didn't actually win. It was Dustin Ward and Dustin Martin, and they just decided not to run and split the money, get ready for the shootouts. In the shootouts, off the bottom, Brad Burton followed up his main event win with a shootout win. Went home with a couple of those $7,500 checks. And in top bulb shootout action, it was Mark Campbell over Ed Vanderkoy. Which brings us to today, and we're down to just one pair of cars left to run. Main event final. It'll be Andy Klosky and Jan Christensen. Andy Klosky in his second main event final of the weekend. Hey, finalists, your time is up. Jan Christensen and Andy Klosky, we need you to the staging lanes. Andy Klosky and Jan Christensen, we need you in the lanes now. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Carson Campbell. Carson Campbell. We need you to make your way over to the T&T Motorsports trailer. Carson Campbell. We've got an award for you over at the T&T Motorsports trailer. Please make your way over there soon. Like real soon. Final round. Here we go. Last pair of the weekend. Couple of local guys. It's going to be Jan Christensen in the Dragster and Andy Klosky in the Strip Teaser Chevelle. So Andy Klosky dials the Chevelle at 610. Christensen with 502 on his reader board. Or dial board, rather. Klosky rolls up, pre-stages the Chevelle. Christensen slowly making his way there. Both cars bumping. 4 bulbs lit. Here we go. Andy Klosky with the starting line advantage and the win light. Christensen missed the tree a little bit with a 57 light, then comes up 505 on the 502 dial. Klosky with all kinds of room up there. Goes one above the 610 dial to turn the win light on. So huge congrats going out to Andy Klosky, as well as all of our winners here this weekend. Great job. I think everybody's a winner here because collectively this was a fantastic weekend here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Big shout out for T&T Motorsports for bringing us the classics. And a huge shout to all you racers out there for supporting the classics and spending your weekend with us. Also, everybody online. Andy Klosky going to bring the car back to the starting line. So we'll get him in the winner's circle shortly. He's just stopped by the 8th mile finish line there to converse with all his fans. Nice job, Andy. Well deserved. So as I was saying, nothing short of a fantastic weekend here at the West Coast Classic. Big shout out to all the racers, all the staff here at Mission, all the staff at T&T Motorsports. What a great weekend. Want to thank everybody online who was following along with us today, as well as the small spattering of fans we've got in the grandstands. Thank you for coming out today. So once again, everybody, fantastic job this weekend. Great job.
Great job again, guys. Thank you so much.
So here we are in the winner's circle with today's main event winner, Andy Klosky. How's it feel?
Unbelievable, John. Just struggled on Friday and sort of got my act together yesterday, and everything came together today. The car was flawless, and I just really found my tree, and things fell my way.
I was very happy to see, as I understood it, you weren't necessarily even entered into this race until a few days before it. Had some help from some sponsorship, and fortunately, you made the trip down. I'd say it was well worth it.
Absolutely, it was. Jim Obelek Enterprises, he stepped up in a big way to help me with this, and just my people, my team that runs Nitro Motorsports Park in Prince George stepped up to cover me on Friday, because for our regular Friday night event, and just said go racing. A couple of them kicked in some money to help out for fuel, and it just made all the difference, and I got here.
Well, it was a lot of fun to watch. Obviously, I saw you struggle a little bit on Friday, but it looked like Saturday things were coming around, found your spot on the tree, and there seemed to be no stopping you after that. Congratulations, sir. Very well done.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, John. Love to hear the mic, sir.
Thank you.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
At home with the live feed.
The little Ford Ranger, the vanishing one stunt team. And the wind light. Elimination here looking for that outside line. We are going to ramp it up big time from here. Expect road competition of beauty.
$2,500 cash winning drive.
Really awesome. Sir, the replay provided by Valley Tech Production Group.
This is just the beginning, folks.